Sorry, guys. It just takes this long to get set up anymore. Everything's broken. Scammers are attacking everything. So, the Trump administration literally allows everything in the United States to be attacked, breached, doxxed, you name it. We're under attack. Um, so, like I can't do anything. It's like I've talked about before where YouTube spent yeah, I spent years trying to convince YouTube and everybody on here that this was going to happen if the Trump administration, um, you know, was allowed to just do whatever the fuck they want. And here we are, where the second that I start a stream, um, yeah, nothing works, nothing, like literally just nothing. And we're talking about, stuff that I've been discussing with you for years now, where, Microsoft, everybody that runs anything runs off Windows, runs off Microsoft. And Microsoft is on purpose sabotaging their own operating system over and 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 over. So this is what's happening where you're not the only one where like why is my view counter completely missing on their side of things? Not my side. Like if I wanted to bring it up, I could bring it up if I really wanted to. On their side of things, it's just gone. Just literally doesn't even show up. On their side. Like when I'm logged in on their side of things, it's just completely missing. But, I can look at a different one. So this happens when a scammer is logged into that and corrupting it. And as soon as I said something, instantly, instantly, it's fine now. I swear to God, like as I was in the process of saying something right there, exactly that thing, magically, it reappears, almost as if Microsoft is sitting here screwing around with things, making things not work. And then as soon as I point out that something doesn't work, they really quickly fix it. What a trash company. Microsoft is a literal trash company. Trash. Trash. Don't even try to say they're not. They're not saving anything. They're not adding to anything. They're making everything worse. Now they have a console coming out that's going to be completely digital. No disk drive. And remember, my console was the one they were trying to break while I was streaming. Over and over and over. They were trying to break this because I have a disk drive in my console. They don't want me playing Elden Ring with a physical disc. How fucking dare I? What a disgusting company. Who do you think runs the government's computers? I'm not talking about hackers, individual people that work for these organizations. I'm talking about the government computer systems. Who do you think runs AT&T's computer systems? Who do you think runs all the computer systems at all your streaming softwares, servers and databases and such? Who do you think runs Amazon's computer systems? Who do you think runs Walmart's computer systems? Who do you think runs Google's? computer systems. I got news for you. They ain't running offices off of Unix and Linux. Those people don't know how to use that shit. What do you think they're running it off of? You think you're safe? I tried to fucking warn y'all. I tried to tell you it's as basic as knowing that Microsoft themselves are doing it. They bought Activision Blizzard for blatantly no reason whatsoever. What the fuck was that? And then destroying that too. I've already told you what they did to any CD key I've had in the past where I try to reactivate this and you're supposed to have a free upgrade. No. They just activate it on your old motherboard. So that when you get a new motherboard and somebody else activates the old motherboard, the CD key is attached to the old motherboard, and now your copy of Windows is not genuine. You have to buy a new one. This is called fraud. You promised me a new CD key, and you have some sort of weird thing where you're tying the CD key to the old motherboard so that somebody else can get your get their computer up and running, and then they have the same problem too, because now you're both doing the same thing. Yeah, not genuine. Both people end up buying a new one. How many times is Microsoft going to do this over the years? How many times is Microsoft going to destroy something? Promise you the world, similar to Donald Trump, and then destroy it. This is a pretty common thing in the United States of America, where we're a bunch of retards that don't deserve the money they have. They just, Google just gets to run everything because Google shouldn't own YouTube anymore. They're irresponsible. Period. They build back doors into all of your devices. I mean, that thing where your texts and your Gmail and all this shit loads while you're offline, that's a back door. All the person's gonna do is clone the device. What do you think is happening? What do you think is genuinely just happening across the board? They can bot devices now, like virtual devices and stuff. You gotta realize what we're dealing with. This isn't the normal modern day. Trump has had too much incompetency in office. Now get that guy the fuck out of there already. I think it's funny. I think it's genuinely interesting how the concurrents are higher when I don't have them on the screen and I'm not showing them to you. Because YouTube doesn't have any plans on counting views properly. This is why I'm putting them on the screen. There's 18 people in here right now. How many does it say for you? What does it say, like 1 or 5? No, there's 19 people. How many times are we going to sit here on a stream and talk about the fact that I lose thousands of views after a stream posts? Why do my streams halt in views? Completely halt. and then like a week later they lose 10 or so, just randomly. Well, because those videos are still getting trending. They didn't knock them back enough. A lot of what they're doing here when I'm streaming is messing up, censoring what I'm saying. Because the Trump administration attacks people, and they have allowed other governments to attack free speech, which is stupid. And I've told them this is stupid. They are under the same umbrella as us. If they go under, we all go under. They're a bunch of retards. Like, literally, they are this dumb where they don't get that we're all on the same side, that they don't get that. Like, I've tried to tell y'all a bajillion times that Russia is fucking with y'all and getting Trump to sit here and literally just hate people that are just, voting the other way. It's that basic. And I'll be willing to bet that they have a hand in the fact that Israel controls our military, basically. Because Donald Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And unfortunately, Benjamin Netanyahu is competent, but he's not a good guy. Oh, he's not. There are competent people. I make these references. Thanos was competent. Perfect example. He won. Yep, he won. He was competent. But was he a good guy? No. No. So we want to remember, obviously what's important about being president of the United States. And this guy fails on one of the most basic levels. Why is it that we know about the fact that there's a bounty on Barron's on Barron? Why do we know about that? We shouldn't know about that. Of all the stuff like where he goes out of his way to try to get the media to not talk about it, why not this? Why is this publicized? Why is he not freaking out over that? I would be. That's a matter of national security. You're going to beef up security and all. Hey, how about just tell people not to report it? Like any normal fucking president would do. I know, genius, right? I know. So listen, I know that y'all don't understand how the job works, but I got news for you. The President of the United States is not a goddamn fucking celebrity for exactly the reason you're seeing right now. Exactly. Right now. And Donald Trump didn't understand. He didn't heed the warnings. He didn't get it. But now he gets it. Now he's getting it the hard fucking way. Now the country where he randomly bombed a school full of children has now threatened his child's life. Big fucking surprise. In fact, I'll bet Obama got plenty of threats too. I'll be willing to bet. Did he fucking talk about it? No, you just didn't know anything about his daughters, right? You didn't really know much about them. There's probably a good reason for that. I barely knew what they fucking looked like. It's probably a good reason for that. No, not that I am comparing Donald, okay, to Superman, okay? I'm not don't think at all that I'm comparing him to that guy, okay? Cuz oh, you got to earn that. But just as we would have the example of a secret identity, okay? Why does Superman have a secret identity? Why? What is, aside from kryptonite, what is his one weakness? What is it? You don't know what it is. There's an entire show based off this concept, and it was called Lois and Clark. Now, listen, I love Dean Cain. I don't have to shit on Dean Cain. He can like Trump all he wants. The guy can be a retard if he wants, okay? I love the guy. I still love Lois and Clark, okay? All right? I don't have to hate on him, okay? But please at least use the example of that show where there's a goddamn fucking reason you have a secret identity and you don't fucking tell anybody. And even in the comics, just like they did with Spider-Man, there's a damn reason, good damn reason why he went around and made everybody forget again. Damn good reason. Damn good. It sucks. But wouldn't you rather suck than have harm come to those people that you care about? Just because you're Superman? Or in this case, Donald. What a shame. What a shame that this man is 80 years old and didn't learn this lesson. Um, I don't really I don't really know what we're doing. Um, I do know that we gotta get this guy out of here. We um we gotta get this guy out of here. Everybody hates us. Everybody. That's not what America was. America was the country everybody loved. Just implicitly because we always helped. We always had everybody's backs. We didn't get involved unless we needed to. for the most part. Wow. Now, with Donald. And the CIA director is going to Russia by himself. That doesn't instill confidence. We still have Russian spies in the CIA. That doesn't give me confidence. Trump met with Putin by himself too. What the fuck? I am sick and tired of this administration meeting in private with the fucking Russians. I'm sick of it. You're a goddamn terrorist, Donald Jackass Trump. You're blatantly trying to rig the election for yourself, which is what Putin does. You blatantly tried to redistrict in the middle of a decade. You blatantly mess around and meddle with people and screw with their shit. You have your people, your network, to screw with people's shit just because they're talking about you, just because somebody's got a channel. But Bongino, he's smooth sailing because he knows about it, so you'll keep him happy. You'll leave him the fuck alone. Why did I see a like instantly come off my stream when I mentioned Bongino? Why did I see a like instantly come off my stream when I mentioned Bongino? Nobody's sitting there at the like button with their finger on it, ready for me to mention Bongino, and then they go, "Oh." Nobody's doing that. Why am I watching? I'm literally watching likes come off in real time. It was at 8 likes. Now it's at 4. Nobody's doing this. This is censorship. From the Trump administration, we've seen the like button be broken. We've seen my system get hacked consistently. We've seen the bitrate flying around all over the goddamn place. We have had MAGA attackers being meddled with. And I warned all you it was coming to this. And now, you're scared. You know that you've been harassing somebody. You know that you played a part. You played a role that is illegal. And now, the role that you play is trying to get Donald in office a third time just because you're scared. They're fucking with the social media. They're fucking with the social media. Probably so they can traffic children back to that island that they didn't do anything about. You know that island? All they did is black bag Epstein and keep it going. Just to let you know. Yeah, Epstein was a black bag. That's why you saw a guard carrying a black bag. I fucking told you that. And they're all like shifting my goddamn bitrate around all over the place. Nobody carries a black bag into a fucking prison, especially a fucking... Come on! Into Epstein's cell. Just right into the cell. This guard's carrying a black bag you can't see in. Indiscriminate. It's blatantly something heavy in it. Walks off camera. Doesn't show back up on camera until after... way after the whole doctored bullshit. Yep. So listen, Epstein was a black bag. It's literally that basic. And I guarantee you, they manipulated the agent that did it and got him to think that, Epstein, like essentially just they manipulate these people. Yeah, because any normal person, they'd be like, well, this is all going to come out like it's good. Like, we don't want to, because we need to find, shit out and stuff like that. Then we can't find shit out if that happens. But that's the point. Clearly somebody manipulated this guy, clouded his judgment, got him to do this. Because otherwise, anybody in the right fucking mind's not gonna do that. Because what's the motive? Money? Epstein? Huh. Money's not a motive for Epstein. There's no amount of... You can't hide from that. You won't. So, what is it? Pretty sure it was a black dude. It was a tall black dude. Why is nobody talking about this? Why am I the only one talking about it? Like, you could see the guard on the footage. Disappears. I saw it. When they did in the initial dump and they were doing that stuff. And then everybody's talking about it and they're like, oh, take it away. You're supposed to release all of it. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this account. So this account, it thinks that they're warning me not to talk about this or something like that. So let's go ahead and analyze this account, shall we? Let's analyze this person, Thomas-S9G7H. Where the fuck are you from that you're coming in here thinking that you're gonna fucking warn me, you stupid motherfucking piece of trash? Do you even know who the fuck you're talking to, you stupid motherfucker? Do you even know who the fuck you're fucking talking to, you stupid son of a fucking bitch? Don't you come in here thinking that you're fucking threatening me. Last warning on what, you stupid bitch? On what, you stupid bitch? Go ahead. Stop this defamation about Donald Trump. Nope. Don't fucking care. Do you know why? Because I have free speech against politicians. Dumb fuck. You actually came in here and say this is my last warning, and then after I made it very clear you don't threaten me, you backpedal to stop this defamation. Go fuck yourself, piece of shit. He's trying to get a little bit of a, this will mean escalation, right? Gets a little bit of a message through there. This will mean escalation, right? So again, I'll show this to my lawyer, and that's taken as a threat. I will take that as a threat, and I'll show this to my lawyer. Yeah, I'll be showing that to my lawyer. That's a threat. And just to let you know, all the times where you sat here scamming piece of shit stalker, because it's just that one person, it's just a stalker, the same stalker it has been. It's not Trump. It's just the same stalker. So, by the way, just to let you know, I have all of the screenshots of all of the messages that you sent in the small period of time where I had super chats enabled and you abused it after YouTube did nothing to remove you, the stalker, from their platform. Then, the very small period of time I get super chats, you abuse my super chats and dox somebody's personal private information in the super chats, consistently doxing the same person. Not only that, very blatantly defamatory, harassing things to a private individual in super chats. Again, I have all of these and all of the scam accounts that you made that were just names of the person, you know, the person that you were doxing, where you just made the account that the name of that person, or, you know, typed the relationship to me and typed some sort of defamatory thing to look embarrassing or whatever. I have all of that. And the evidence that you used and abused the super chat system to try to dox personal, private, identifiable information. So again, as I am on a roll about Donald here, this stalker, this terrorist that the Trump administration has conveniently not done anything about. It's been reported to the FBI and the state police. This stalker that they have conveniently done nothing about has consistently followed me around the internet, followed me into streams where I was reacting to something, doxed my real full name, address as fast as they possibly could in the chat so that everybody sees it. This person is following me around the internet. Okay? There's not some big scary person doing that. It's literally just some stupid fucking retard that knows how to make a bunch of accounts. That's literally all it is. It's the same stupid fucking retard that knows how to make a shitload of accounts. So let me remind you, the type of person that can't take hearing bad things about somebody that deserves it, somebody that killed children innocently, somebody that is costing all of us more money, somebody that is losing trillions of dollars, somebody that literally, supposedly, was a billionaire and he was going to fix everything and give you everything, new golden age. Now we've only added to the debt. More wars, pointless. I have now reported you for harassment. Do not type a single other message, or I will continue to report you for harassment, and I'll call the state police and tell them that somebody is sending harassing messages in my chat again. So, again, I have my chat on subscriber mode for an entire month. You got to be subscribed for an entire month. How are you sitting here typing in my chat if you're not subscribed for an entire month? How are you abusing that? Because you're a fucking scammer. So I will show this to the state police and take all the evidence with me that you're going beyond these boundaries. You're somehow ignoring my chat parameters that I have set specifically because of this, because of you harassing me and doing this and getting me to talk about you and what you're saying instead of what I would normally be talking about. So again, a terrorist manipulating free speech. I will show this to the police and you will be arrested. This is definitive, solid evidence that you are going around the parameters where I have a definitive block on my chat to allow only people that are subscribed for an entire month to type in my chat. So how the fuck are you typing in my chat and going around that? So I again will show this to the state police. And I will show this to my lawyer. Now, Donald Trump's such a piece of shit that he has to manipulate people to actually come in and threaten others. Yeah, he's such a piece of trash. Now, his approval rating's at like 13%, something like that. I mean, like astronomically low. So of course he's sitting here getting really pissed off over every little thing. Look, douchebag. Look, faggot. If you did anything worth doing, what I say wouldn't fucking matter. If you did something worth fucking doing, what I say wouldn't fucking matter. Stupid. You think anybody gives a flying fucking shit what I say about Asmongold? Do you think his fans care at all? Do you think they care? Do you think I'm going to change their minds? I wouldn't want to. You're a politician. What you do matters. You don't give a fuck what any of these fucking guys say or talk about or... Yeah, again, I perfectly within my right to call them retards if they say some stupid shit. But again, what I say doesn't fucking matter. Donald, what you say, what you do, it matters. You're the president of the United States. It's different. You, sir, do not have free speech. You're no longer a citizen. You're the top level of servant to the people. By the people. Would you think that's like wearing a suit and looking cool and trying to steal people's legacy? You know, that's what he did, right? He thought he was just going to come in and sort of kind of do, you know, like just take some shit from Obama and people would buy it. Didn't happen. Tried to come in and take some shit from Biden. People didn't buy it. Didn't happen. And then he came in and tried to look like Bush. You know, remember he's flying his plane around and shit like that. It's all psychological. He's fucking with you. He isn't doing anything. Name something he's done. So these fucking retards that are like making threats and stupid. Name something he's actually fucking done. What is something Donald has done? Oh, there it is. Well, we'll document that. So that's a picture, that's a real image of a real person, and that is the same stalker that's been trying to dox that person, and that's the same person that that individual made a Steam account of that person and is masquerading as that person online on Steam and various platforms. They are pretending to be that person. That is not that person, trust me, because I know exactly where that person is. And that person, trust me, is not masquerading as a stalker on YouTube. So see how I'm on a roll about Trump and this stalker. So again, the terrorist part of that definitively is right there, where they're becoming aggressive the more I talk about Trump. That's actually terrorism. If you would actually physically harass somebody, dox information and stuff, and then continue to get more aggressive while attacking them for political reasons, that's actually what terrorism is. Where again, you're physically trying to threaten somebody and intimidate somebody as they are using free speech and talking about their politics. You are trying to physically do something and meddle with what they're trying to say and talk about. This is definitively terrorism. We have years of screenshots of this person um, making threats, doxing, and harassing me, as well as people around me, personal, private, identifiable information. It's just one person, as well as several other streamers that were again coming from Michael Does Life's channel to stalk, dox, and harass me, because again, that guy literally just sucked at everything. He was the worst streamer until I helped him. And so basically, all these people are attacking me now because the whole point was I helped him not suck as a streamer, and he started changing everything he was doing, where he was yelling at everybody, blocking everybody, calling everything trash. And, you know, I expertly pointed out the things that were wrong with that. And so he obviously has done a complete 180 now and stuff like that. But the point is, after that 180, you know, all these people are watching my channel where they don't watch him anymore because he's doesn't want to draw that crowd anymore. And that's the point. So they're stalking, doxing, and harassing me because I positively did influence that streamer. I actually did have a positive change in the platform. And I've done this with several other streamers too, where they learn things from me and stuff like that. So this group of people is just stalking and following me around to do those things. It's the same people that you see constantly spamming the um trolling emojis instead of the ones that are supportive, where they were spamming the dislike button too until YouTube just hit it because it's so much that again it's being abused and misused. Where I kept pointing out there was times where I'd have more dislikes on my stream than even counted views. You can't do that. Like just like I would have more likes than counted views, where they're clearly not removing. So you get what I'm saying? And then we see where they remove too much, where it's blatantly obvious that, you know, some weird shit's going on where um I'll prove that I'll come into the stream after there's been one person watching supposedly for like hours, and then the very second that I come into the stream to test this, instantly there's 5 people watching now. No, the botting system that they're using detected that my IP address came into the stream, so they brought shitloads of bots in there. That's literally all. That's literally it. That's all that is. That's called stalking. It's very similar to wire fraud. Yeah, as far as the law is concerned, where you're just listening to somebody's conversations illegally and stuff like that constantly. That's what this person's doing. They're following me around the internet. So, like, if you've noticed a specifically toxic amount of bots or emojis in your chat, I'm probably watching. Because they're just following me around. And YouTube isn't doing anything about it. That's it. Yeah. Just like you saw, I started the stream today, and I had a bajillion problems too. It's the same shit I've been telling you about for years, where YouTube, they don't fucking care. They don't care. They won't fix anything. They don't care. If anything, they would love to see plenty of channels not do well. So like that's the point. I just feel like there's a lot of people that are working from home and shit like that now, and sort of get paid to like do nothing. So that's probably why. And it's like even more automated now. So it's cost, where they're not having real people do anything. They're just having bots do these things, and they're not fixing anything. Everything's just broken. Just trash. Makes sense? So you obviously can't run YouTube that way. And not only that, but like Google shouldn't, just like Microsoft shouldn't own Activision Blizzard. You know, Microsoft owns LinkedIn. Why do they own LinkedIn? Why? Is it for the same reason Elon Musk bought Twitter? Like literally, I'm just getting an organic amount of people in the stream today, and we're getting a lot of trending. So this person's just like being super aggressive. Because remember, they keep stealing shit. So yeah, I guess I guess I'll say quickly, I like uh I like Tim Curry. When I was younger, I was introduced to Tim Curry from Home Alone 2. He was the guy at the hotel, and he was really funny, and I loved that. And so then I wanted to watch more stuff with Tim Curry. Um, and obviously the adults, they knew Tim Curry immediately. Oh, that's Tim Curry, So obviously I was too young to watch it. Um, but Clue was I loved Clue. Clue, amazing. Loved Clue. And Clue is I don't know what that's rated, but it's not your normal horror movie. It's a comedy. And it's also got Christopher Lloyd in it, and Back to the Future was my thing already. So uh, you know, that was amazing. So I love Clue. I mean, Rocky Horror was great too. That was amazing. I love that just because I had Meatloaf in it. But Tim Curry was great too. And yeah, just all the I mean, things that he was in over the years that were amazing. Tim Curry. Remember Muppet Treasure Island? We talked about that recently too. He was the uh he was the captain on Muppet Treasure Island. We actually talked about that recently. Um he was awesome in that. That was Long John Silver, I think, right? We decided he was Long John Silver. So yeah, just yeah, he was great and everything. He would always just nail it. Um so yeah, obviously gonna miss Tim Curry. And um yeah, I didn't it's not like I really listened to Dolly Parton, but obviously she passed too, so that's really sad too. Um yeah, right in a row, right in a row, two of them. So um hopefully it just stops at two this time. Hopefully. Man. Um so I figured I'd say that really quick, but I I'll resort back to what I had talked about earlier, where we're on a roll with that, and then conveniently you saw what they did. So Donald Trump, if he were a responsible president or even parent, nobody would know about this. This would be the sort of thing where he would, like just like the other stuff where he's freaked out and got people to not, threaten people and stuff. He can't do that for his son. So I just feel like, and the little bit that you see that in my chat, that's not him, that's a stalker. Like Donald, he's the taco man. That's what you got to realize about him. He's taco man. So listen, he's gonna sit here and he's gonna bully his citizens because he can, but he can't bully. As soon as he bullies another country, well, that's what happens. So obviously, um, Iran is pissed, and I think they're actually hoping. I think they're hoping that it works. I think they are. I think they're just pissed off. Um, so obviously don't, like the fucking crazy people out there, stop being crazy. Pick up a book or something. Um, I mean, the the thing that the thing that you want an answer for isn't going to suddenly be solved by pulling a trigger, doing something stupid. It's just not. Just going to add to the pile. Don't do something stupid. There's no out. There's no. That's not a Bruce Willis movie. By the way, just to let you know, his movies completely ridiculous. Okay, so if other countries are watching, those of us in America, we're fully aware that we're not invincible. We're not. We know this. Okay, that they're just movies. That's how the '80s was. That's how the '90s was. Full of stupid, ridiculous action movies where this guy would. Yeah, I mean, like that was the whole point. If you want, just watch it. Look at other Americans that make fun of it. Weird Al did it in UHF when, or for crying out loud, all of Hot Shots Part 2 did it. Yeah, I mentioned I love Charlie Sheen. Hot Shots was probably one of my favorite comedies. Like I loved that thing. And the second part, literally that whole thing was them just making fun of Rambo. So like the first one was obviously Top Gun, the second one was Rambo. So like I mean you just like it's absurd. We know that. Like obviously now they did a much better job with wasn't it just called John Rambo, I think. The one that they did later on, that was a lot better. They did way better on that. Actual like tactical, like right in the beginning where he takes everybody out really quickly. They actually did that correctly. Like you can do stuff, but like the situations they put him in were stupid. Like it wouldn't have, like if you think about it intelligently, you can write it properly. Like they did with the Bourne movies. But I'm just saying, like we're we're aware of this, it was a different time. And dare I say, a time of a lot of people going into professional positions that actually were probably from a warp era, and the Cold War was still going on for a lot of that stuff. Pretty much all of it. So understand that it gets embedded in your culture in other countries for you to hate us, and then we in turn do it because it's culture for the next generation to feel like they're on top of the world. They want to conquer the world. They want to join the military, and a lot of times they are successful. It is motivational. It is positive. But then they also realize that they don't have any business being on a battlefield shooting people just because somebody in a suit said so. That's what a lot of metal is about, believe it or not. A lot of heavy metal is exactly what it's about. Where these guys figure this shit out, but only after they're soldiers. We're just like, what the fuck was all this for? Yeah, it seems like a great idea at first, but then you're in this shit and you're just like, man, really, I'm just shooting at people that are shooting at me, and I don't even understand, and then they lie to you, they tell you you're going home, and you stay, and, like, it just what's it all for? You know? So, like, I'm just saying, like, we have these examples where, in culture, things can be a bit misleading, and other countries can also be led to hate us. Okay, so for example, Team America, you guys know that's like I've talked about this as like one of pretty much my favorite comedy. Um, it's important to remember that I make fun of the way I talk and the way Americans talk all the time. Americans, quite frankly, we have phonetics and then we don't even listen to them. So while that country creates, like this made up country named Durka Durkistan and, stuff like that, and kind of makes fun of that language a little bit, it's just a joke. It's not supposed to be taken like, hate or anything like that towards those people by literally any means. Oftentimes, um, a joke can come out of respect. It can, where they feel comfortable with those folks or something like that. It can. Obviously, it can challenge authority too. We've talked about that, but it can come out of respect as well. You feel comfortable challenging it. Um, I think if I may, I'm pretty sure that Will Ferrell wouldn't mind the George Bush thing. That I feel like that was out of more respect. Like, like like the guy would sort of not say stuff that like that was classically what he would get wrong. Like ethically, the guy was very sound, but a lot of time he would get up there and he'd say something, and you're just like, "What?" So like it was just sort of playing at that a little bit. Obviously, obviously that's long gone. Donald went and threw the entire playbook out the window. I mean, long ago when he couldn't even read teleprompters, but obviously threw it way out the window when he said the F word. Yeah, first president to say the F word. Obviously, obviously. So like, just realize that we do it too. We can make fun of ourselves too. That's not. They're never gonna show you that. They're never gonna show you the part where there's endless stuff of us making fun of ourselves. Like I mean, that's all the time. Yeah, I mean, like at 90% of what's on SNL is us making fun of us ourselves. Like them making fun of the president or making fun of some cliche cultural thing here in the US. So, like that is a lot of what comedy is based on, things that we understand. So, oftentimes that's a very narrow scope where that's how we're seeing it, and it's just funny, but it doesn't mean anything because it's not true. Obviously, it's just a joke. So, how somebody responds to that is very telling of their character. If somebody becomes very rageful and pissed off and angry, well, I mean, what did they really do? What did they do? All they did was sort of make something that like what people are supposed to laugh at. Now you respond like that? Well, if it was at somebody else's expense, you probably wouldn't respond that way. Like, for example, the guy that gets all pissed off, Trump, he would laugh very, very much so laugh if it were at Obama's expense, for example. So suddenly when the tables are turned, you get what I'm saying? So that's why, like, where you had a good president, it's not like we didn't make fun of Obama. It's just, well, there wasn't really anything to make fun of. Like, what do you the guy's awesome. How do you know, like there was nothing. So like that's the problem. You would just see it. Like there's just nothing to make fun of. And again with Bush, you know, like it was pretty innocent stuff like that too a lot of the time. It really for the most part. And other ones too, but like again, with Obama, there was just nothing, man. Like and so like all they could do with that was just sort of kind of make fun of how people would criticize him for blatantly nothing. So that became the joke, where like the guy was so good at his job, there really wasn't anything. So people were just like fine, like the tan suit, like for crying out loud, like you know, like it's the end of the world because the guy wore a tan suit, you know, and stuff like that. And one of my favorites that they did was with was the Rock Obama. I loved the Rock Obama. Loved it. So go watch that. I think it's on YouTube. The Rock plays Obama, and like it's like after he's done. He's had it up to here. He's done. And his shirt's all torn and stuff like that. And it's literally just The Rock playing Obama, but they call him The Rock Obama. It's pretty great. He just like throws people out windows and stuff. Yep. But you know, Trump, he's got to have a UFC fight at the White House. Because you remember that time where he went on WWE and he like I guess he like body slammed somebody or something like that, right? Yeah, that's probably why that happened. That's it. That's probably it. I'm serious. It's probably literally all that. The only reason. Yeah. Did you remember that? That Trump did that one time? It was a thing that he did. So like, not that that's terrible. I'm just saying like he's not an office guy. Like he's not the commander in chief. He's not even the manager. He's the guy at he's the guy at the rally, you know, that runs past and gets everybody riled up. What's that guy called? I forget. He's that guy. He'd be great at that. That's him. Because, you know, he could get everybody doing the waves and stuff and be like, oh, look, see, they're moving for me. See? Because he'd love that. It's instant gratification. And then, you know, when they don't, when they're getting bored with it, he could just do something clever, you know, whip out one of like some face paint. He loves to paint his face, a flag or whatever. He loves flags. And then they'll lose their shit, you know, because he's mixing it up. And then he'll be like, did you see that? That was smart. I got him going again. See? See, all he's got to do is that. He don't have to be president of the United States. He can just do that. Because that's literally all he cares about. Just whether people like him or not. He didn't care about doing a good job. Because if he cared about that, he wouldn't have gotten rid of the Iran nuclear deal that said they couldn't make nukes. Just so that he can say, well, they're making nukes, so we gotta go to war. He wouldn't have done that if he was trying to do a good job. Wouldn't have been a thing he would have done. Yeah. Kind of like how he bought a whole bunch of networks and merged them together just so he could cancel Stephen Colbert, who was winning awards at the top of his game. Yeah, the Paramount Plus thing. Kind of like that. It's one of his biggest critics. Millions of views. Millions. Millions. All the time. All he has to do is upload his monologue on YouTube. He gets millions. Uploads an interview, millions. Somebody has a guest appearance because he's in the Ed Sullivan Theater, even more insane. The classic, the legendary Ed Sullivan Theater, and they trusted Colbert with it because Colbert is a legend. He earned that. He did, and he was at the top of his game. We all loved him. Everybody loved him. He would change minds, I think. Where he was one of the few ones that could accurately criticize the other guy too. He would pretty intelligently, actually. That's why. Because when you look at all of his stuff, he's the one guy that you can clearly see he wasn't picking sides. Like, he clearly has a bias, but he wasn't picking sides. And you can clearly see that. It's very clear. That's I think a lot of the reason. Because he pulled in a lot of viewers, but he was changing minds too. Because it's always positive. It's always jokes, positivity. What's not to like? Of course, you're gonna prefer that. And then, who's to say that's not a smarter person with better ideas? It is. It is. Yeah, he had an idea for something the one time that was a million times better than anything Trump ever suggested. Jon Stewart did the same thing recently. And don't forget that's a lot of where we remember Colbert from. That amazing character he created and all that on The Daily Show. Why is your message in Russian with a Chinese translator? Why is your message in Russian with a Chinese translator? Since you're going to ask me such a random question, I've never seen you before. You have to be subscribed for an entire month to type in my chat. Why is your message in Russian, and why are you using a Chinese translator? Person in my chat right now likes to meddle around in AI and likes to read your AI chats and stuff like that. Just to let you know, that person right there in the chat, that person stalks messages and translates them to his language. So you know. Yeah, like when you're using like AI or something like that. Yeah. Philip 9980. Like so just obvious scammer question to ask too. So CPM's pretty average today. 14 right now. Average CPM. That's actually pretty low. I shouldn't say average. That's pretty low, which is good. You want it to be low. I believe it's the normal acceptable range is between 5 and 50, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously that's a bit low, so that's good. You want that. Uh, Again, to explain, CPM is counts per minute, so that's the counts of radiation in the environment. Um, so there with our sun, there's always going to be a certain amount. Okay, but um, obviously within an acceptable range because we have an ozone layer. Now there's a gigantic hole in it, so if we have an active sun period, that might actually go up a little bit. We'll see, but um, it still should be relatively acceptable for the time period. But I mean, that is the point. Is you want to be aware of that stuff, and especially if you're in a country that does a lot of, or in a state where there might have been some testing. Um, but if you're in a certain country where they do a lot of nuke testing and stuff like that, um, yeah, it might be a good idea because in our country, so Russia's the largest country by land mass. Canada's the second largest by land mass, and then the United States. Everything else, like there are some other countries that are pretty big. China. China is actually almost about the size of the United States. It's pretty much the same size. Um, so there are some other countries that are fairly large, but they start to dwindle. So in countries where there's a lot of nuke testing or something like that, especially if it's small country, like for example, if your country might be only the size of like a couple of US states and there's all this nuclear testing going on, this affects your health. There's no question that the air is unsafe. Zero question. The water, the air, the environment in general. It's probably a lot of your crops problem. It's unsafe. So, if there's one thing I think the United States could do where they might be a little bit foolish to these sorts of things, all kinds of nuke testing for blatantly no reason. We don't have any plans to attack North Korea. We should probably tell them that. Okay. We don't dislike North Korea. We don't want to piss them off either. Okay. North Korea has never done anything to upset us, really. We just want them to resolve their issue with South Korea. That's all. And if anything, they kind of want to do that too, sort of. So, could we maybe just sort of help them understand, all right, that A, they're not getting enough rain. Okay, so cloud seeding is a thing. And B, if they're doing nuke testing and they're doing in such frequency, yeah, there's going to be environmental repercussions. I mean, your country isn't even that big. There's a fallout area. And you're just doing this? What do you think a nuclear fallout is? Where there's a bunker and people go on, it's not safe. Now, the reality that you have to be there for 70 years, that's absurd, okay? All right, that's completely ridiculous. All right, that's for storytelling. Depends on the size of the nuke. Depends on how ground zero you are. The reality that you're at ground zero, and there's so many parameters to that. So don't go thinking that, okay, that it's like, I just spilled my drink. Sorry. One sec. But it's the sort of thing where there is a specific to it. There's a science to it, and we have the instrumentation. They probably don't. They probably don't. Okay. We can help with basic things like this. Donald could help with basic things like this. Do not help them become dictator-like. Help them become democracy. Do that. You do that, maybe you start looking a little better. Barely. But you got to do something. You can't. First of all, Donald, you're not going to be president a third time. It's just not going to happen, man. One thing you don't want to happen is you don't want to force this too much, and then you get elected, or worse yet, booted out of office. And now your worst fears come true. You're arrested right then and there. Don't do that to yourself. Your grace, it's gone. You don't have any grace left. That's done. Could you possibly repair some of the damage that you've done? Maybe. And in turn, possibly repair some popularity in yourself. Some. Don't expect it back. People hate you. One thing you want to maintain is that Secret Service protection. You don't want that to go away when you leave office. You're teetering dangerously close to that. Where you took it away from he took it away from Harris. Didn't he take Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection? I think he did. He just took it away. What the fuck? Think he cares about people? I've already stated. I've already stated that it doesn't matter what side you fall on. Even when Donald, even when somebody took a shot at him, I condemned it. I said, we don't shoot each other. I was one of the first people condemning it. And I actually said, I hope he's okay. So why is it that they seem to be wanting everybody to think everyone wants to assassinate them? Again, that's what they want people to think. Remember how I said the other thing didn't make any sense? Remember how none of these make any sense? We called them out left and right and give you details. And I've called out details that nobody else called out. And they're very obvious, logical details. That is blatantly, yep, you're right. I'm right, essentially. Where there's no arguing this at all. You know, again, somebody leaves bullets on a rooftop for ICE to find, and then conveniently there's rain and some type of condensation on this. Again, it's written on there in some sort of form of ink. You wouldn't be able to see this. It'd be smudged. It'd be coming off. It's on metal, specifically gun metal, right on the bullet itself. Will you kid? Really? Really? That shit's barely sitting on the surface. There's grease on there. How'd you even get it to write on there? Don't answer that. Never mind that. Regardless, they clearly wrote it on there themselves and then snapped the picture. Because, again, there were droplets. He was holding it up, and the ink hadn't run at all. It would have been running all over the place, and the droplets were fresh droplets as he was holding it up. Okay? They planted this shit. They didn't have to plant it. They just took a picture of it and said, yeah, here it is. You know, it's just like the guy I talked about in the Charlie Kirk thing that nobody else was talking about. The guy whose reaction was not a reaction to somebody getting shot. This guy gets shot. Blood's just everywhere. And the every single person reacted exactly the same way, except one guy that was conveniently in a very, very straight on position, eyeball position to where the shooter was. Like straight eyeball, eyes on you position. And conveniently at the around 5 o'clock of where Charlie Kirk was sitting. Oh. And everybody else in this booth upstairs reacted, but not this guy. He just stood there. Listen. Even if it's delayed, People have reactions to things. Like, even when you get older and stuff, like, he still would've you get what I'm saying? Like, it still would've been delayed, it still would've happened. He was like it was wasn't he eating something? Like, this guy was totally normal. Yeah, because he was the spotter. What, like, how why do I have to tell you this? This shit's obvious. Why isn't the FBI saying that? Talking about it? Commenting on it? 'Cause they don't want to. It's too obvious. And that's valid evidence, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody. Both things I said are valid evidence that nobody's talking about. And that was Charlie Kirk. How many other things have happened now? Where it's almost like they're trying to scare off his wife. Isn't that terrible? Where almost like Charlie was gonna change his mind. Almost like they knew he was gonna change his mind. He's the good guy in all this. And maybe his wife was part of that. And now they staged this ridiculous thing conveniently at the dinner where she was there, and they were rushing her out too. The thing where I pointed out that Secret Service conveniently didn't react appropriately with Vance. It was the strangest thing you've ever seen. Like, it was staged, sort of. Almost like Vance wasn't included in the staging, but the Secret Service didn't. I just pointed out that it wasn't proper. Like, they didn't react how Secret Service agents would act if it was actually an emergency. They acted like it was a drill. It was a staged drill. Just behaviors were incorrect. So if you actually don't know where a shooter is, or even if you do, the whole point is that that Secret Service agent gets to the vice president or the president and body shields them. Okay, that's number one. They don't grab them from behind, rip them out of their chair, and then body shield them. The other way around. Okay. Vance was not body shielded. He was ripped out of his chair. The guy could have fallen over and tripped on the chair. He did. He tripped on the chair, but he's sort of a younger guy, so he didn't fall. They did that to Donald. I mean, for crying out loud, the guy's going on the floor. That guy's a toothpick. Well, he's fat, but he's frail, is my point. That's not how you do that. You body shield them, and yeah, you quickly stand them up, but you don't. They're not a. You're not yanking them out of the chair. What the fuck? And it's the sort of thing where we're like just like that active shooter the first time, the one in Butler, where they all dove on him. That's correct. Actually, surprisingly, that's correct. It would actually look more like that. So like he would be there like doing sort of this like as he's getting up. And he would, if he's smart, these things are Velcro, right? Any more of the Kevlar these days, they're pretty quick. If he's smart and he's near the president, he's gonna really quickly rip his Kevlar off and put it around the president and sort of shield him with that. Yeah. Just training for this shit. They have extra Kevlar specifically for that, actually. So never mind. You didn't even have to take it off. They actually have extra. In fact, oftentimes Vance and them will wear it under their shirts already. So I just the fact that he wasn't shielding his head properly, like it's literally about body shielding. That's what you're supposed to do as Secret Service. You're not supposed to grab and pull them out of their chair. What's that gonna do? Yeah, I guess they just got shot while you were yanking them back out of their chair. Maybe they're aiming for you, but they hit Vance instead because, you pulled him into your vicinity. Like, it's just the stupidest thing you could do. Even if they shoved him on the floor out of his chair, better. Immediately better. Literally, like, I don't care. I don't care about the roughhousing part of it. That's not the point I'm talking about. Like, the point is to body shield and get him away. Okay? So even if he tips his chair over and he's like sort of standing there, yeah, and with Vance that sort of works. He can't do that obviously with Donald. He's too fucking old. So these are the measure of national security issues you have to worry about. Or this guy's almost getting assassinated because he's fucking 80 years old and he can't move. Do you remember what happened when somebody threw a shoe at George W? Do you remember that? The guy stood up and took his shoe and threw it at his head. Do you remember? He ducked. That was that's some of the stuff I like about him. And then he laughed. He laughed it off. He thought it was funny. Yeah, like he ducked like he was boxing or something and then laughed it off. I was like, okay. All right. I have a little bit more faith in this guy. Yep. See, he needed experience. Whereas this guy is just corrupt. Because remember, his dad, Bush's dad, very experienced, very good politician. He cared. Very unpopular because he cared. Okay, what is he? A good manager at a store. Sometimes they're respected for sure, but are they liked necessarily? I mean, yes, but no. Does that make sense? Because they're gonna be they're gonna be the when you do something wrong, and they gotta wear this. What you up to? Oh, okay. All right, cool. Getting it done. That's what I like to see. They gotta people get away with too much. So you don't have to yell at people. But I mean, is that person somebody that you necessarily? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You may not. Can you respect them and get along with them? Well, that's important. That's important. But if you can't respect them and get along with them, then you got a problem. You got a respect problem. Hold on, I gotta consult. I gotta check something. Hold on. All right. So, I mean, we've got to recognize that our president is incompetent, incapable. I mean, this guy is not only that, but he's blatantly doing things to harm Americans, to harm America as a whole. Is blatantly doing things to do that. Where this guy, he doesn't know he doesn't have an ounce of blood in him that would give him the leadership qualities to lead anything. But he's gonna he's gonna merge the companies that all own the Star Trek franchise and sit here and make shitloads of money off of things other people did just because he stole some money. You remember, he was almost bankrupt, but you all kept voting him and giving him money so he can sit here and buy people out. That's what you ensured. And now you've ensured that crypto is a scam. Now you've insured it. Because before what you could have done is you could have said, well, we'll make sure that the federal government gets in here and properly puts, so that they're not all under the same umbrella, because that's a Ponzi scheme. That's taking it all and monopolizing it. Oh wait. Oh wait. Uh wait. That's what that's what they did. So now if you've invested in crypto, like I said, oh yeah, that's gonna be worth a whole lot of nothing. And threatening a tariff just to then not do that tariff the day that you're supposed to do it is not how you positively move the stock market. That's not how you do it. If the stock market moves because of that, and you do that too much, what will happen? Because it's a lie. It's fake. It only does that because of the result of you being dishonest, where you're not really supposed to do that, because that's called insider trading. So you lied. You said, essentially this is going to go, it's going to cost so much more, so the stock's going to just plummet. But then you didn't do that. After saying you're going to do it for weeks, all of a sudden, the day you weren't supposed the day it's supposed to plummet because this company is going to have to pay the thing, all this shit, suddenly you don't do it. They're preparing. Oh. So you forced a company to lay people off, do all these things for your tariff. And then you didn't do it. But Problem is, now they laid people off. So the tariff didn't happen. So now, all right, they have the extra money. All right, we'll bring him back. We'll hire him back. Except in 2 weeks from now, Trump's just going to do that. He's going to actually do it. And then the company will actually be crippled because it just randomly happened. Because they prepared, that cost a shitload of money. I think anybody that has a company, I mean, turnover rate is very expensive. It's expensive to hire people, but it's expensive to lose people too. Very. So that's the bubble. So you create all these bubbles over and over and over in all these big companies. It's a bubble where it does this. So you do this across the board, and then all of a sudden, those companies are unprepared. Every last one. And then this economy that's already not doing so great smacks it. And then maybe Trump does his tariff anyway. After saying he's not. Smacks it again. Oh. Now it crashes because you had a bubble and 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 a bubble, and you didn't fill these bubbles with anything. They just deflated. And then it crashed on every one of those stocks. And the whole fucking thing just crashes. It's not how to move the stock market. I want to remind you, Obama positively impacted the stock market and had record job growth. Trump came into office with that. He came into office with record immigration deportation numbers. Record deportation numbers. Obama deported in record numbers. And you're all fucking pissed off about ICE. You're all like, we need ICE. We're you know, you got to be a bunch of racist Americans that are just attacking Mexicans for no reason whatsoever. But Obama deported people in record numbers. Have you ever even heard it before? Bet you didn't even look that up. Nick Shirley that shows up into these fucking places with ICE and stuff like, he's not going to cover that. He's like, that's fake news. He won't even answer it. He'll have nothing to say. He'll just start talking about something else like Trump does. Completely crushes any debate he has. When I physically say Obama deported in record numbers. So you didn't need ICE. Period. It was working. Period. So like, and again, that guy, he just like goes around to these places where like there's drug addicts and stuff and films them. He just like films needles on the ground and like people, like desperate people. I remember he filmed this entire Jewish community the one time. Because like he called it like some scam. They were like scamming something or something like that. It was like one of the programs. And the whole point is that the community, the local government in that area made it desirable for more Jewish people to move into the area. They clearly just wanted a Jewish community in the area and made it more desirable. That's it. And this fucking faggot is too goddamn basic and stupid to figure that out. He just shows up and says, "Oh, it's a scam. It's a problem. Everybody be angry. Hate the Jews. Hate black people." Because that's what he's doing. He shows up to like Philly, and then he's like filming needles on the ground and random people. It's like, do you have any idea how many black people are in Philly? Do you have any idea? There are so many. So like, there, just when you see that, just realize Philly has like, isn't it? It's I wonder if it's half and half. They just have a lot. Just have a lot. Okay, so I'm just throwing that out there. Don't make that some racist thing where they, they're addicted to drugs more or some stupid. No, okay. There's just a lot of them, so you see more of it there. Okay. Um, but the point is, like, clearly that area has a. There's a lot of places in Philly that are like that. They're just a total dumpster. I got news for you. That's a Pennsylvania problem. I've been talking about it. Period. You're not. You don't know jack diddly fucking squat about Pennsylvania. What's going on in Philly? That's a Pennsylvania problem. They should deal with it. Why are you filming it up close? Would you want a cookie? Because you have a little camera and you can film desperate people? Yeah, I can do that too. Except I'm not an asshole trying to make money off of people's desperations and inability to have access to proper resources in their area. Remember when libraries were a thing? Do you remember that? A homeless person in the United States used to have a resource center where during the day, they didn't have to be homeless. They'd go there, read a book, check, research something, educate themselves. Spend a couple years doing that, and maybe if they survive long enough, make something of themselves. Now, do they have that? No. Nope. But you sure as hell are very, very quick to want to randomly scoop up a bunch of Spanish people and throw them in illegal camps where they're not fed on their denied legal counsel. Or if they're fed disgusting like worms and shit. Yeah, I think Nick Shirley should volunteer to be held captive in a concentration camp for an entire week. Yeah. If he's not a fucking pussy. This guy's a pussy. He wants to make it seem like he's a badass or something like this. He walks around with a guy that looks like a cop. This dude is like huge and he looks like a cop. He walks around with that guy. No, like, this guy's not a badass. He's not like some hero trying to shine a light on anything. He's an asshole that goes around and films things. So don't forget the night that he incited two different sides. They're just arguing back and forth, and he didn't try to be the voice of reason. He was riling it up. And he had people following him around that were riling it up and starting fights with people. You're like, this is what people do that are biased towards Trump because there's nothing logical about supporting the guy. They don't have any argument. So they're coming from a place of racism. They just don't like people of color, and they want every excuse to try to cover this up and make it seem like it's immigration or something stupid like that. Like literally again, literally Obama had record deportation numbers. Period. I want to see anybody argue that and say that you need ICE after Obama had record deportation numbers. What can you even argue? There's nothing to argue. You lose the argument. That was something we were doing better with. Period. It proves you want ICE because you're racist. Didn't Obama also use ICE? Good question. I do believe the task force known as ICE, I believe they still existed under Obama, but what Trump did is he signed an executive order that at the snap of a finger instantly expanded and gave ICE this expanded sort of, you can just go uh try to find random people and stuff. That's not the way it works. We have a system, the police and all that in each area, just like anything else is, do their investigations. Somebody reports a crime, something happens. Okay? They investigate. Then, if it's involving somebody that is not a citizen, illegal immigration, that sort of thing, where somebody is illegally, they want to say they're illegally here, there you go. That's the point. Where it's not really, like the whole point is they're seeking asylum anyway. They're here under the pretenses that they, follow a certain code, yada, yada, yada. Okay. So then when they're not, then that's when you say that's illegal. Okay. You don't just, be like, well, everybody that's here, they're illegal and stuff. Again, the whole, some people are coming from countries where they're genuinely fleeing something, like North Koreans. Like North Koreans. I genuinely am concerned that Trump is going to try to work something out where we have some North Koreans here. That's the concern that I have that Trump is trying to do. Where he likes Kim Jong Un, and I don't like the fact. Listen, an American was taken hostage by North Korea. He was beaten. And this was just propaganda, just because of propaganda, just because he ripped down a sign or something like that, or something dumb like that. This guy was beaten and like humiliated. And he was a young man. And he was pleading for his life. Did Trump get him back? No. When we got him back, do you remember what happened? North Korea gave him back and he died shortly after that. And he had very obviously had blunt force trauma to his fucking head. This guy was tortured and beaten just because he ripped down a sign in North Korea. North Korea is about to send a whole bunch of their troops again to the front lines of Russia so they can be cannon fodder, so they can just go to die for nothing, so that Putin can live a few more years. That's it. Literally, that's it. Because piece of trash, narcissist, motherfucking asshole Vladimir Putin hasn't died yet. That's it. If somebody else is president, there probably wouldn't be a war between Ukraine and Russia because it wouldn't have randomly invaded Ukraine. It wouldn't be randomly forcing North Korea to send troops just to die because you're not going to win. NATO is going to assist Ukraine and you will endlessly lose. You will die. Do you have any idea how many countries are backing NATO? Wholly aside from the fact that Trump, piece of shit asshole, Trump, is backing out. NATO doesn't need the U.S. You're stupid if you think NATO needs the U.S. You're dumb. NATO, if all the countries in NATO ganged up on the U.S., they would just obliterate us. They do not need the U.S. by any means. Now, it's nice that we've been contributing and helping, but they don't need us. Do not make the mistake of sending your troops to the front lines to be cannon fodder so that Vladimir Putin can live a couple more years. This guy is doing exactly what Saddam Hussein did. Exactly. He's just hiding. Going to war so we can hide longer. That's all it is. He was dying. Still is. Guy has like brain cancer. No, really, I think he does. I think he has brain cancer. You have any idea how expensive that is to keep him alive? What do you think Trump's gonna do if he gets an ailment like this? Do you think he's gonna waste tax dollars? Oh, that's right. He's building a medical facility. Oh, shit. Oh, that's right. He's building medical facilities in his little underground bunker. Oh, that's right. So, look. The US is not doing well in Iran, mainly because we don't want to be there. But I will tell you one thing, Iran, I will send you a warning. You know me, I don't sugarcoat shit. I promise you. If you continue this road, you make threats, like Barron and stuff. Again, guys, first of all, nobody how do you think they're going to pay you? Nobody's paying you like millions of dollars to assassinate Barron. Nobody's going to do that. Okay? The moment you'd show up to receive the money, you'd be arrested by the FBI. Okay? No, nobody's going to pay you money to assassinate somebody. Okay? Like you'd have to be a complete idiot to actually think that you're going to do that. So let me get that out of the way for any morons out there that are actually dumb enough to be manipulated by that. Secondly, I know what you're doing, Iran, and I already just stated it. You're doing that. Desperate people that would actually act that way for millions. Heed the warning. Okay? I don't sugarcoat things. I'm just genuinely concerned. If you do this, if you continue down this road, I promise. It doesn't matter that it's Trump. It doesn't matter that it's Barron. It doesn't matter who it is. If you threaten U.S. lives, everybody jumps on board. You will be completely and utterly annihilated. It will be a joke. We do not want to be there. Americans are not in support of this. If you have our support, you're done. You're fucking done. You will be obliterated. Might even happen in hours. Don't make that mistake. In the modern day, we do have that technology. We do. We will use it. But it takes all of us to get on board. You threaten lives, even the Democrats aren't going to tolerate that. And that's how we become united again. Just to let you know. You do that, suddenly we don't care how much Donald's an asshole. We're going to help him obliterate you. Because you threaten lives. And followed through. Innocent ones that had nothing to do with it. And Barron, he's got nothing to do with the war. Granted, neither did the children in that school. Okay? And I understand that. But a wrong for a wrong doesn't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right. They don't. You don't threaten innocent lives because innocent lives were taken. That's angry. That's fear. That is Satan. And good will rise up. And you will be annihilated. Heed the warning. Do not continue down that road. As much as I can't stand Barron Trump, I don't know much about him, but I'm hearing some things. Okay? You aren't going to threaten the dude. You got nothing to do with this. Okay? Donald? Yeah, I'm pretty pissed off at him. The guy's over 80 years old. That's why I've said some of the things that I've said. He's on his way out anyway. Yeah, it's sort of like he's at the end of his life. So that's why I said some of those things. Okay? More of a natural. Yeah, I'm just like, hoping. Like some of us are. Because a piece of shit. But to think that anybody's going to be on board with you No. Nope. No. I don't care if it's Don Jr., I don't care if it's Eric Trump, I don't care if it's Melania, Ivanka, I don't care if it's Barron, I don't care who it is. Their lives. Regardless of how much of a piece of shit some of those people are, they're still lives. We don't trade lives. So the moment that the United States sees that and sees you making these threats, none of us are on board with that. I think I think you severely misread that. I think Iran misread that. Oh, it's working. It's working. No, it isn't. People are inherently good. They are. They are. This makes me wonder what kind of tormented, sick, twisted shit Trump grew up with to be the despicable piece of garbage that he is. So again, I keep hoping Barron has a different future, surrounded by people like Biden, maybe. Good role model. He's a good role model. He is. Biden's a good man. He is. He was your vice president for 2 terms. Did a hell of a job. He was your president for 1 entire term. Did a hell of a job. Had a great vice president too. And she did a hell of a job. These are people to look up to. Not the guy that paints his face orange. They've even talked about on the most basic level that's unhealthy. Yeah, like even just on a basic level. Orange shit on your face every day. It's unhealthy. And we talked about how even actors, like, they wear makeup too, but they don't, like, it's not that much. And when it is, it's very rare for, like, specific, like it'll be that studio where, like, there's just a lighting issue and they have to do it that way. It's not all the time, like, that thick. What's that for? It's his clown makeup, it's a facade. It's the image that you see him as. Where you see him as this Sort of less of a buffoon, I guess. I see him as more of a buffoon. I think it looks like clown makeup, but I guess other people, don't look at it like that. You don't think about it like that. You don't think, wow, he really puts this shit on that much. You know, like it would start to get into your mouth and your nose, your eyes. It's just like shit on his skin. It's a pretty basic concept. And this guy, for whatever reason, again, he wants to do this really unhealthy, uncomfortable thing all the time. Nobody does this. Nobody. And he's really unhealthy, really uncomfortable. Yeah, even when I did it that day, that one time, remember I was struggling not to itch my face like the whole time. Yeah, the whole time. Couldn't touch my face. Because if I did, I couldn't touch anything else. I just have it on my hands. Can I ask you something? Have you ever looked at a shirt after somebody's worn like foundation in their face? Think about the energy he wastes getting that out of all of his shirts. Somebody does that. Like I've even like the whole point is like I don't even understand why women do it half the time. Where it's like they look better without it. Like I will never understand why like they just cake all this. It doesn't look very good. I don't think it looks good at all. It's it's like I don't know. It's just and if you're close to the person, like it's so much makeup you can actually smell it. So like just on basic levels, this shit's unhealthy, and I can talk about the things wrong with it. Think about the number of things that we've talked about on basic levels, other things that Trump does that are just stupid. Think about that. Like just basic level stuff that's dumb. I talked about we've discussed how Kash Patel is not qualified for FBI director by any means. He's more qualified to be a prosecutor than he is to be FBI director. It's very suspicious. And then he fires the one that's investigating, conveniently the James Comey that's investigating him. And he's sitting here, isn't he suing? Isn't he trying to sue Fauci or something? Like one of the most qualified doctors, if not the most qualified in the world. Guy's super smart. Came out of retirement just to make sure all of us here had quality medical advice from a quality professional, not Trump. And this is what he gets for it. Like he is just no, sincerely, like this guy, like think about the stress this guy is going through now and what he has to go through now. at later in his life, the guy is older, and now he's got to go through all this shit just because Donald jackass piece of shit Trump defunded our national pandemic response right before COVID happened. Like, literally, like, how many things now have happened where Donald conveniently caused the parameters of the thing and then the thing happened? How many times is this going to happen for you to wake up and see the patterns and see that other countries are taking advantage of the fact that Donald Trump's a stupid motherfucker? When are you going to wake up? First was China with COVID, where they're like, oh, we're just going to blame this on some fucking bat in an alley or something, which was a lie. China lied. Surprise. Surprise. And meanwhile, again, realize that Trump was the one that defunded national pandemic just before COVID hit. Remember when he got rid of the Iran nuclear deal? And said they couldn't make nukes? And then went to war with Iran, stating, oh, well, they're making nukes. Remember that? Do you remember that? So how many random conveniences are you gonna? Wouldn't it be great if Kim Jong Un could be the guy that brought freedom to the country? If he could stand in front of his people and say, "Look, guys, let's undo all this right here, right now. I'm not a god. Our country is not the biggest country in the world. The United States is not to be hated. None of these things are true. You've been lied to, misled. And I want to stand here and apologize sincerely on behalf of everything that we've stood for. And I'd like to stand with you today and look forward to a new future where we could all move forward more like the United States has. Where we can move forward embracing each other in a more free manner. Where we can move forward with allowing people to have businesses and lives separate from Pyongyang, and won't be punishing those crimes any longer. We want to move, you could be that leader where you say you want to move forward with respecting cultures and other music and things like that as symbols of just differences instead of symbols of hate where we hate these things. Let's move forward acknowledging that everybody has opinions and differences, and that's okay. And that doesn't threaten us. Because we also have opinions and differences. And maybe ours are better. Maybe we can build a better world. Maybe, just maybe, we can show the United States that we're better at democracy than they are. You can give hope to your people. You can provide it. But you have to do it. You can't become angry because you disagree momentarily with this or that or this or that. You have to let it go. People are gonna hate you. It's just life, man. Don't become hateful and sinister just because somebody's got a problem. You know, that person has a problem. They don't hate you. They're just pointing it at you. So if you're Kim Jong-un, be the solution instead of the thing that they hate. That's what you can do as a leader. You can be the solution instead of the problem. It's not so easy. It's not. You have to embrace trade. But I've already told you how to do it. Japan. And I've already told you, the U.S. could be the partner, the intermediary for that. Trump is perfect. You've already met with him. Okay? This could bridge the gap. Trump could have a successful foreign policy with this shit. But he has to do it. So here, look. Trump shouldn't do it. He is stupid. He will not do things intelligent. He should send somebody else. And just trust the deal will work no matter the details. He doesn't want to know the details. Let him take care of it. Play golf. Shut the fuck up. Play golf. Don't run this country. Because you fucked it up. And North Korea, I want to warn you, Trump doesn't know anything about making money. He stole it all. Don't go thinking he's rich, because he earned it. He didn't work a day in his life. He hires everybody for everything. Kim Jong-un works. He actually works. He does. He does real work. Trump doesn't recognize that. I actually think Putin might even do real work as a president. Trump? No. Nope. Recognize this, please. He's a scammer. He was trying to steal Obama's legacy because Obama was very good, very popular. Everyone loves him. Very intelligent. Really, really smart. Easy to get along with. Perfect guy to meet with Kim Jong-un. Perfect. He's even Obama is even actually, I think, the height that Trump says he's supposed to be. So what you'll notice is if you watch the one time where Trump was standing next to Obama, one of the few times that he was way back, Obama was visibly taller. Visibly taller. Trump's like 5'10", 5'11". Because I think that he was, but his head's like this now, and his spine is like that. Like he's old. Obama's significantly younger than him. Obama came into office, he was the new guy. Yeah, he had just become a senator, I believe. He wasn't, he was barely there. He's just really smart and said, man, just go back and listen to some of the shit that he said. Like, it's just, he nailed it. He's just a good guy. He's just a good he's just talking. He just talked to people and leveled with them and had good ideas. It's kind of amazing how we could go from that to basically the worst in history. You're like pretty much the best, the epitome of the best, to the worst. Hmm. Yeah. That should tell you something about this country. What are we? Remember, they so many people didn't see Obama for president. They didn't see him that way. What did they see him as? And I want to remind you, a certain person tried to remind you of this recently, and you flipped it on him. You tried to be all rude about this. He wasn't trying to be that way. He was just trying to remind you, actually, actually, while you're being all racist and you're making it about that, it's not. That's all he was saying. That's all he was trying to say. Yeah, it's not. Because he's actually only half black. Yeah, first black president. And then so like that was the whole point, was he was just trying to say, like just a matter of fact, that's all. Okay. But look, this is the point. Everybody made it about that instead of just talking about Obama. So this is where Americans still, now maybe now they're starting to kind of get it a little bit, but I don't think people got it for a long time. I hope they are. But it was just that stuff where all the coverage, everything that you ever see is, oh, first black president. Well, let's talk about how he's black. Why don't, why don't you talk about how? So, like, the point is, they wouldn't talk about the deportation, the record deportations, because being that first black president, it looks bad for him. That's how you know he was bipartisan, where he was doing things regardless of that bias, where clearly he's Democrat. He's not going to sit there and not deport people. That's the point. The point is, that's a guy that does the job. He's not listening to that. He's not listening to any bias. He's just going to do the freaking job. So that tells me right then and there, I don't have any question about whether or not, like those drone strikes, everybody, bitching a bit, a lot, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Remember, this is the guy that brought you Osama bin Laden. Yeah. Remember when Bush went and randomly destroyed Iraq and invaded Afghanistan after 9/11 happened, again, Al Qaeda. But, Iraq. So anyway, the point is, we trained this guy. This guy was CIA. We trained him. Obama's not a dummy. He knows this. Tactical black ops forces. You use your intelligence for what it's supposed to be used for. You don't just take the military and go, fuck them. Fuck them all. Ah. That's not what you do. That was the issue. And all these people signing up for the military just because they're pissed off that a plane flew into a building. Yes, okay, we have the ability to get riled up and win wars and be alpha. I get it, okay? And you want to show that. Great. I love it. Okay? But there's a time for that. There is. Okay? And that wasn't some people with some box cutters on a fucking airplane. It's not. It was a carefully organized operation by a CIA operative that we trained. And you're getting all pissed off because the Bush administration irresponsibly released all the info that had to do with this attack. So all these pissed off people are getting all angry at Iraq and all these people that anybody wearing a turban, basically. Yep, that's propaganda. So now Republicans just hate turban wearing people or dark people in general. And then Barack Hussein Obama was elected right after Bush. Okay? Think about it. And remember the old lady that McCain had to cut off? She thought he was an Arab too. He's an Arab. Best president we've ever had. Most intelligent, deported record fucking numbers. But you know, this lady, she thought he was an Arab. Oh, for crying out loud. So you see what our country does when you tell people things. So what the irresponsible Trump administration allowing this stuff about Barron, where there's this bounty on his head. What is it? 40 million? I don't even know. Something million. This is absurd. We shouldn't know about this. Ridiculous. Right back. 1 sec. All right. So anyway, obviously I don't want to see anything bad happen to Donald. Obviously. I just want to get the want us to he needs to get the fuck out of there. First convict in office. There's patterns with this guy. He also hires criminals too. And what qualifies Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense? What qualifies him? He's a Fox News anchor. He shouldn't be Secretary of Defense. Just any old retard just because Trump picked him. Huh? Trump can just pick whoever the fuck he wants. Doesn't matter whether he meets a qualification or not. So again, I've done this before, okay? But I know how difficult this is to understand as a Trump voter. So I'm gonna make this really easy for you, okay? If you're hiring somebody, let's say you run a company and you have two people that applied, right? You're looking at their resume, and you want to hire this guy as an in-house. He's your plumber. You know he you just your company, you have a lot of piping and stuff like that, and you need an in-house plumber to just consistently keep on up on this. So you need somebody that really really knows what they're doing, and some experience. You probably want at least 5 to 10 years experience, yada yada yada. Okay, that's the point. You need somebody that's already experienced in the field, yada yada yada. So you get somebody. This guy's a plumber, went to college. He's been doing this privately, running his own business for 15 years. And he applied. He's got plenty of experience. He fits the description just fine. You interview him. He's a great individual. He showed up early. All that. Now you interview the other guy. And this other guy, he was an anchor. He was a news anchor on TV. But he doesn't know anything about plumbing. Like literally, and he's certainly heard about it. And he really likes it. He talks to people about plumbers all the time. Maybe he did a story on plumbers and stuff like that. He might even be a huge Super Mario fan for all I know. But the point is, the guy's a news anchor. He ain't a plumber. He ain't gonna fix your problems. But when you tell your boss, hey, I think we should hire this guy, obviously fit for the job, and the boss goes, no, you know what, I'm just gonna go hire the news anchor. You're what? You're But he doesn't know how to do any plumbing. How is he gonna fix anything? He's just a news anchor. He'll figure it out. So that's what you all did when you hired Donald Trump to run a country. Just to let you know. He never ran anything before. He would just put somebody in charge and then fire them if they didn't do it properly. That's his behavior. So, okay. And that's what he's done to the country. Just random people that don't fit the bill, kind of like him, the fuck they're doing. And he just fires them. And then they end up doing illegal shit, lying under oath. Why did Michael Cohen try to make a name for himself fooling Midas Touch, working with Midas Touch, trying to work with Midas Touch, making us all think he's going to be this cool guy now? And then he flips it again and goes back to crawling back to Trump like the little fucking pussy that he is. Why did he do that? He's a fucking pussy. What a fucking dumb piece of shit. Do you know why? Because lawyers care about one thing. And that's the problem with this country. We just let any old fucking faggot rich asshole take the bar exam. They don't gotta pass it. They just gotta take it. And we'll just be like, yeah, that's fine. Interesting, isn't it? Because that bar exam, that's pretty tough. Makes you wonder how stupid fucking people pass it. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? You know, like Pam Bondi and shit. Yeah, how the fuck? She is just blatantly dumb. That's it's concerning. Especially when I look at body cams and some of the judges in this country actually get out of their car and start yelling at the cop that just had every right to pull them over. If I was that cop and you got out of your car and started yelling at me, I would have thrown you against the side of the car and arrested you because you approached me. I don't fucking know who the hell you are. I don't give a shit. You could have had a weapon. You could have had it. You got out and approached me while making a traffic stop. You're getting arrested. And you're yelling in my face? I pulled you over for going 80 miles an hour in a 30. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how this fucking faggot judge was going like 80 and something like a 30 or a 40. And he actually gets out and yells at the cop, and the cop calls his boss. And the boss, I swear to God, you can hear him over the phone saying, yeah, you better let him go. Swear to God. This is how police work is done. So, a judge can randomly have somebody arrested even though they didn't fucking do anything. Did nothing just because, you know, some people said, you know, made some story up. But you pull over that same judge for a fucking speeding ticket. They could have ran a kid over or something like that. Oh man, now suddenly, oh man. Yeah. Suddenly they don't care as much about the kid that they claim to care so fucking much about. Yeah. Yeah. Good old Pennsylvania, where we have judges and lawyers that want to look like they care about the young generation and stuff like that, and will do stuff in the papers and in media to make it look like they care. But behind the scenes, no. They don't fucking care. They don't give a shit. Yeah, because remember, it's the same state where that asshole cop showed up to his sheets. The Sheets employees had the kid's like property, had his phone and everything. And the kid was just sort of, kind of yelling about it a little bit. But again, he's a kid, he's a teenager. And he's irritated because they won't give him his phone back. And remember, this is the same state where, again, this cop, instead of just de escalating and giving the phone back and talking to him and stuff like that, he literally came around the counter and charged at him, literally knocking him over, and then was like screaming in his face as he's on the ground for no reason. Literally assaulted a teenager, a male. Again, if it was a female, he would have never done that. If it was a female, he would have never done it. Never in a million years. Never. Not even close. But a young man, he's all pussy and scared like, and he's gotta assert his dominance over this manly teenager, I guess. Well, that's what it appeared to be, because this dude just wanted his phone. He was being irritated. He was irritated. I'd be irritated too. Give me my fucking phone, asswipe. Say whatever the fuck I want to you, you stupid fucking piece of shit. Give me my fucking phone, bitch. Yeah. Not yelling. I'm not using any type of aggressive behavior. I'm just standing here calling you stupid fucking bitch. Give me my fucking phone. Absolutely no way does that justify knocking somebody to the ground and screaming in their face. That is assault and aggressive behavior. Yeah. So which is the bully? Gee, I wonder. The one that's literally just upset because you literally took his stuff, or the one that literally fucking threw the kid on the ground for speaking up for himself? Remember, that's what they do in Pennsylvania. That's what they do in Pennsylvania. Yeah. I remember this one time when my cousin was going through like a phase, a young man phase. He once stole a car that belonged to my dad. My dad called the police on him, and I swear to God, Grand Theft Auto, I swear to God, my dad was told over the phone to manhandle him because they didn't have enough people. Swear to God. Swear to God. Yep. He stole the car. He had a problem. And he was like stealing things and going around threatening people and shit like that. Stole the car. Took it. It was off limits. He wasn't supposed to take it because he was being punished for something. And stole the fucking car. Broke the window, got in it, took it. He called the police, and the police literally told him to manhandle. This guy is 6'6". No. My dad's shorter than me. I could kick his ass. But, Manhandle them. Sounds like another time where we called the police and they came to my house, and one of my sisters had apparently like shoved my mom into something and her head was bleeding. And this is literally assault. And nobody was taken to jail. Nobody. So again, one of these pieces of shit that claimed that my dad did this thing and blah 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 blah, and the judge threatened them if they took back their story and stuff. And they do this all the time. They make shit up for attention all the time and stuff like that. Claim all this stuff all the time. They have a huge history doing this. Judge threatened them if they took their story back. But meanwhile, there's all this fucking police prior evidence of them never doing anything about their behavior. That's how policing is in Pennsylvania. And this is evidence, guys. Totally evidence of this guy doing this. Yet, nobody actually knows the clear specifics. They're changing statements here and there, lying to people. And again, the whole point is my mom was actually assaulted. Her head was bleeding. And the police were called that night and didn't take anybody. So again, that person had, and that was the person that took a shitload of pills, claiming that they were gonna kill themselves. And that's how a lot of this started. With that. That was the person that did that. That shoved her, made her bleed. Yeah. Because the point is, my mom was parenting them. And they would just, like, beat her up. And I didn't know that. Because I wasn't home for it. Yeah, I was teaching martial arts classes. Yeah. That night that I got home to 2 cops being in my house. One female cop staring at my mom. Just staring at her. Standing in the living room, literally 2 feet from her. Just standing there with her thumbs like this the whole time. And I was like, what the fuck? The strangest thing. And then I just obviously wanted to know what was going on. So I came downstairs and a male cop was talking to my dad and her, not my mom, the other one. And saying to her that, like, you know, some stories, trying to give her a lecture or something like that. But that's it. And the female cop had a very nasty look on her face. She was like, I noticed that. Like, I don't exaggerate these things. I noticed it. She looked noticeably aggressive toward my mother. So these police were in my house. They responded to a domestic incident. Didn't take somebody to jail. Somebody was bleeding. And now years later, lies, 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 lies. Incredibly illegal, insanely illegal. Yeah. So again, gonna sue the Pennsylvania State Police, gonna sue the state of Pennsylvania, going to literally sue the fucking shit out of these people. Like the whole time I've lived in this state too, every vehicle I've ever owned was destroyed simply driving down the road going the speed limit. I will just drive over something and now my car is like something falls off of it. Yeah, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of this fucking state. You have state inspections that you require me to get. Florida doesn't have those. Why do you not fix roads? Why do you dump stones on roads illegally? Fresh oil and chips so that anytime I drive down this road, and mind you, you don't have a reduced speed. You never mark a reduced speed. You just put fresh oil and chips. Who knows if I'm on a motorcycle or if I'm on a motorcycle and I start flying down there, I'm dead. I'm literally dead. But meanwhile, I'm in a car and all these stones are smacking against the bottom of my vehicle, damaging things, getting lodged in brake calipers. They salt the roads to rust out people's cars. They salt the roads to melt ice. Stop it. Stop it. Have a if you're gonna use a conspiracy and you're gonna tell me a conspiracy, have a logical, credible thing to say about it. Like I do. So like they endlessly pile on stones on the roads, they don't gotta fix them. That's legit. Because I have physically gotten the answer from the township that this is to make the roads last longer. Yeah, so they don't want to fucking properly blacktop them and pave them. Period. Yes. Period. So what the fuck do I pay tax dollars? What the fuck do I pay for? Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. You pay taxes so they can destroy your car somewhere. Salt the roads to rust out people's cars. You know, the whole rust thing, that's actually gotten better. So that's why that's stupid. Yep. There's totally no other reason for that. You know, like if they didn't put salt on the roads, there'd be absurd amounts of fucking accidents every 5 seconds. Like literally every 5 seconds. Like you like it would be a solid sheet of ice. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I would no. That's just see, that's just not. Nope. It's detraction is what that is. Yeah. I watched a light come off too when I started focusing on it. So that was the scammer detracting. Yeah, nobody thinks you're trying to be supportive. You know, like this is ridiculous. Yeah, so oh they put salt to rust out your vehicles. Oh yeah. Yep, totally. No, yep, totally. You know what? Totally. That's why. All of the it's why they do it. Again, I'm not telling you they're putting stones on the roads to destroy your vehicles. I'm telling you they're fucking lazy. And your car is getting destroyed because they don't fucking care. I'm not telling you they're doing it on purpose. Every mechanic in every auto body shop, like the reality is that you think that they would benefit. You're like, oh, they're doing it. They benefit. Dirk. No, every shop would be pissed. Is the point? They'd be reporting it. They'd be like, we don't like this shit either. It's fucking up our cars too. What a dumb. It's not a big giant conspiracy, okay? I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, the government's all bad." Duh. No, okay? Stop it with your stupid ass bad government bullshit. All government's not bad. In fact, you need government, you retard, or there'd be nobody out there. When you call 911, nobody's there. There isn't even a 911. And then dumb people are saying it in Ricky Berwick's chat, acting like 911 still 911 in Canada. Is it even in 911 in Canada? Like, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're like, duh, Alexa, call 911. Duh. Okay, first of all, Alexa can't do that. Secondly, it's probably not 911 in Canada. 911 is America. It's like, it's, that's, I feel like they're doing that almost like this is how ridiculous your stream titles look. You know what I mean? I feel like that's why they're almost like, like here, we're gonna do this just as ridiculous as your stream. You know what I mean? Because the stream title, it's like sleep stream, but then he doesn't sleep. He just bitches about Alexa, which he could turn off if he really wanted to. So like if like it's just this endless fucking running gag. It's like it's funny, but it's not funny when I realize like it's the same thing every stream, and now like like we're just regurgitating the same fucking joke. It's just the same joke. When new people hear it, that's fine. They can watch the old streams. Y'all act like it's all fucking serious. You y'all are so dumb. You're like, I wonder how many people on his channel watch because I can't tell if I'm serious or not. Like you all are so fucking stupid. Like you don't know an act when you see one, and then you have a legitimate actor giving you a legitimate act, and then you go around and you watch all these shitty ass streamers that just fucking suck. And they have just like when's the last time Asmongold was actually funny or legitimately said something you agreed with? I didn't just force feed some propaganda Trump bullshit down your throat. Moist is still funny. Genuinely original content funny. For real, salt does accelerate car rust. Okay, I didn't say it doesn't. You originally typed in my chat, they put salt on the roads to rust your car out. Okay. So again, I agree with you. Okay, just like in the old days, anybody that lives near the ocean, those fucking cars are rusty as shit. You'd see a hood with rust all over okay? That's why they start making them out of fiberglass. Okay? I'm not foolish to this. I'm aware of it. Hence why I said what I just fucking said. Okay? But it's not some conspiracy. Okay? I'm not an idiot. I'm aware of what salt does to metal. Okay, you're saying this to probably the most scientist-like streamer out there. One of. Does DeGrasse Tyson stream? He doesn't really stream, he just uploads. I mean, you're talking about a subject I know a lot about, and you're like, but it does degrade. Yeah, yep, it does. Accurate. So we're gonna keep going back to this just so that you can be right about your thing, or can we move on? Because now you're just trying to be right about something. You said something that was stupid. I pointed it out. Now you've kind of rephrased it to not seem so stupid. And yeah, like, obviously that's not a stupid statement. For real, salt does accelerate car rust. No fucking shit. But it's not what you said originally. And it's not what we're debating or even talking about. So again, detraction. You see how this person comes in and tries to, like, interact with me? Like, they're just trying to have the same conversation. They're not focused on the stream and what I'm delivering here as a product and advertise. You know, like, they're trying to interact with me. Do you ever see this? In all the streams, do you watch streamers? Do you see this? Or do you see when this happens, they get blocked by mods? Because you're an obvious scammer trying to interact with the streamer. Getting all personal. Shut the fuck up. And especially when you're my friend and you're claiming to be my friend in real life and you'd actually come in to be seen, identifiable information and all that. You're stupid. You're just dumb. Literally, you're dumb. Fix it. I just told you the dumb thing about those statements. Okay? It's that simple. Fix the dumb. It's completely unacceptable to be stupid and be in America. You are on purpose fucking stupid. Stop it. It's like the asshole that sits here with the same Make America Great Again flag hanging in his bedroom. You're an obsessed retard. You're an obsessed retard. Probably a psycho fucking terrorist on the side. And the reason you talk about globalism is because you're the globalist and you want control. You want to do this. That's why you think people want to take over the world. Yeah. Fucking Nazi. So, um, you know, I mean, like, we have education here. The amount of people that they try to get away with being stupid. It's the new scam. It's just everybody's a damn scammer claiming to be stupid. It's like the fucking retard where these cops pulled this lady over and there was nothing, like nothing was gonna happen, nothing's wrong. They just pulled her over because she had like a taillight out or something. Like it probably would have even been a warning. And I swear to God, the moment that the cops walk up to the window, this lady, she is freaking out. She's like, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. Oh my god. Oh my god." Like I swear to God, she was actually saying that. And then like she was like trying to like immediately play victim. She wouldn't answer their questions. She's being difficult. They're trying to ask her basic questions and she just kept acting like that. Like, "Oh my god. Oh my Oh my god. Now you're pulling me out of my car right now. I'm really scared." It kind of reminds me of the behavior of some fucking asshole that slams doors when they hear me talking about this shit. Doesn't it remind you? Can you hear that? Yeah, almost like somebody else acts like that too. And so they start slamming doors because they know they act like that. Yeah. And they think I'm talking about them because they've probably done this before. But I don't know jack diddly fucking squat about that. I'm actually legitimately talking about a body cam. I'm pretty sure I don't know if it was Sergeant Steve. I watch his channel a lot. Gotta love Sergeant Steve. I don't know. I don't remember where I was just trying to let you know that's a good channel. But I forget where I saw it, but I just watched a body cam of this going on. It was not, it was not, it might have been the other lady that I watch. I watch another lady that reacts to things. It was overreaction the whole time. And then at the end of it, like she was just so uncooperative and stuff. Like it was obvious that like I think she was intoxicated or like it was just obvious like something was going on. And so like they were nice about it. They like called, I guess, like they let her call somebody that she knew or something like that to deal with it. And then the people that came to deal with it were far more cooperative with the police than she was. It was just like night and day between the two. It was ridiculous. So this is how people act. They do something they know they weren't supposed to be doing, and then they get caught doing it, and then they rile everything up to try to make it not seem like it was their fault. There are a lot of people that do that. A lot. And I'm getting fucking sick and tired of it. Because when there are those of us complaining about an actual stalker and an actual problem actually going on, this masks people that actually have legitimate, real complaints. because you are a piece of shit that goes around and cries wolf nonstop. So then around that person, when you do this, now that person doesn't look as believable because you're the piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah. Cause like, like there's just genuinely a normal way to act and there's a not a way to act. So, the point is that's exactly that same behavior from that other individual. When they were wrong, they would start slamming doors and yelling and where they're in the wrong and they know they're in the wrong. So instead of acting normal and accepting this and changing their behavior, they become aggressive. Okay? So isn't that interesting? Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Some may say that you know, unchecked bipolar disorder going on for decades is a more practiced thing, I think. So my thing is, um, I've already told people not to watch my streams because this is the problem. They hang on to the shit that I say. They think I'm talking about them, because they are like this. But probably not. I'm probably talking about like Donald or like something else like that. Like a bot, like just like the body cam. And then the person comes in out of contact and just hear like the small little bit. Yeah. So this is the issue because they're fucking stupid and they're meddling and they're talking behind the scenes. Yeah. That's what everybody does. Yep. So the point is, all of y'all are sitting here harassing one person, scheming, planning behind the scenes, talking about one person. Meanwhile, all I'm doing is streaming. I wonder who the people are that are actually plotting and harassing. I'm just speaking. I'm literally just doing a stream, talking. Yeah, it's just like the one day where I proved to you guys that every time I'm smiling and in a good mood, I am harassed to lose this. I must be made to be feel depressed or upset. Otherwise I'm not allowed to exist. I'm not depressed or upset enough, um, to be in the situation that I'm in. I must be depressed and upset. I have to display this. Otherwise, I am to be harassed. That's how I'm treated. It's pretty interesting. That is pretty interesting. I wouldn't want to work with somebody that was like that. That's for damn sure. If somebody does that shit at their job, will they make people feel that way? I wouldn't want to work with that person. Like you said one little thing that had nothing to do with them, but they think it did. And so now they're slamming doors and acting like a fool. Adults, adult behavior. Yeah. So, just like I always come back to, I got over the schoolyard fucking shit. Yeah, I'm long over that. I went to martial arts, taught martial arts, owned a martial arts school. I have absolutely zero desire to attack somebody randomly. Zero. So the fact that like these people very blatantly show aggression and act this way, like it's people that they got they got those fucking problems, and they're making sure you got them too. They want to take it out on you and make sure you got the same problem they do. They can't act normal. Yeah, that's the point. That's why we can't have anybody on the stream. That's why, because they can't act normal. They're not fucking normal. They don't know how to be normal. That's the reality. Yep. Too emotional. Too emotional. It's that simple. So, Asmongold has a network of people that harasses people. They go around and they stalk people and they harass them. I'm just letting you know, if my lawyer finds out that any of these people that I, have been tied to Asmongold and stuff like that are actually like scalping ideas off my channel and taking them, I have caught him multiple occasions where I came up with something, and then right after I came up with it, Asmongold was doing this thing that I've never seen anybody do before. And he did it right after I was doing it on stream, all while claiming he doesn't watch my streams. So, if my lawyer finds out that a single one of your network took information and gave it to you, and then you ran with the idea and you didn't give credit or you didn't talk about me with how big your network is and how much that could have made a difference and all the problems that I've had specifically coming from you. There will be a lawsuit. There will be. I'm just going to sue the fucking crap out of you. Because you're a piece of shit, you motherfucker. Yeah, I thought you were a good person, but I don't believe it anymore. I think you're stupid. And I think you think it's funny to be stupid. I think that you thought your $2 steak was genius. No, that you're sad. You have a sad life. We all laughed at that. That's sad. That $2 steak is going to literally kill you. It's not real meat, you moron. You're stupid. You need help. The fact that you think that you can nuke a $2 steak and it's real meat shows that you're dumb. Yeah. Just like all the other times where you sit on stream and you drink from a cup with ice, fountain soda. Cancer. You're just going to get cancer. You're just literally going to get cancer. You want to keep drinking your fountain soda. Just keep doing it. Cancer, 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 cancer. Go ahead. Keep doing it. You know, the amount of times this guy has used Hassan, and Hassan has a huge network of followers. Everybody loves Hassan. So Asmon talks about him to gain trending anymore. But he can't talk good about him. No, that better be something that you guys agreed upon. Otherwise, Hassan has quite a bit of lawsuit coming for you, Asmon. Quite a bit. I'm just letting you know. You consistently make political statement after political statement that's wrong. You misinform the public. You fucking lie to people. You got millions of subscribers, millions. What you say makes a difference. And here you are, endlessly scouting, poaching ideas. You know you're doing it. You are doing it. It's you. Because you don't have any left. You don't have a single new fresh idea. You never have. Asmongold doesn't have ideas. He hires mods and editors for his ideas. He doesn't have any idea. That guy is not creative, even in the slightest ounce of anything. This guy is a fucking moron. The only thing that you like about Asmon is that he's funny. He says sometimes what you're thinking, which is why he puts that in the title of his video to manipulate you. This guy just said what I was thinking. Remember when he said that about Vance? He puts that because he wants that to be the case for him. It's not the case. It's not. He just wants it to be. Very rarely does he actually say what you're thinking. Asmongold just says the most absurd, ridiculous answer to everything, where it's a dumb fucking take, and it's like this really radical thing to say, like when he said he would shoot kids. Okay? That was too far. Yeah. Because are you trying to tell us, Asmund, that you're gonna kill some kids? Is that what you're trying to tell us, that you're gonna murder kids? Because that's actually concerning that you would actually say that. So nobody let that guy ever sign up for any policing or anything. Don't ever let this guy own a gun. He's gonna kill kids? He just said that on his stream. He's gonna shoot kids. He thinks that kids should be shot crossing the border. So I am to believe, if he owns a gun and he would see a child that is here illegally, he would shoot that child. That is what I am to believe about Asmongold after he said that he would shoot children that are crossing the border. I would be concerned about him owning a weapon, because he did say that. See what the problem is? No, he thinks he thinks he's all clever. He's saying the word retard and stuff like this. This is something that like is the new thing that he did and he started and stuff. Oh no. Oh no. Nope. He didn't do that. Robert Downey Jr. did that in Tropic Thunder. That is who made it funny. That is who were respected to tell the joke. That's why it is funny. It's not because of Asmongold. Could Asmongold get away with blackface? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think some people would be pissed about that. But did Robert Downey Jr. get away with it? Yeah. Because he's not a fucking blatant racist. Asmongold, he's a blatant racist. He's literally a blatant racist. He does not like anybody that would appear to be from another country. He is against immigration. Because remember, all this stuff that he keeps talking about, he's against it. These people are here legally. Now, that's what we keep talking about. We keep talking about the racist side of this, where Obama deported in record numbers. That is the actual factual argument. I don't hear Asmongold talking about that. All I hear him doing is saying, duh, 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 Nick Shirley, duh, 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 duh. Durka durkity dur. Oh, I wear t-shirts now too that say things. Durka dur. I went to the gym. He's conveniently sprucing up his image. Remember when he said he didn't give a shit? Remember that? He said he didn't give a shit? I thought he didn't give a shit. He's wearing all these designer things. He is. He's wearing like designer things. He is. I thought he didn't give a shit. You know he gets paid for that, right? See, that's the point. He knew what I was doing here, and he scalped it. That's why we're talking to the lawyer. And he did that on purpose. He didn't even deserve it. No, people don't go into his stream to stare at him. He's not the model. What a fucking asshole. Why do you think, listen, I love Henry Cavill, okay? And the guy's smart, okay? I'm a huge fan, okay? But even he knows it. Even he knows it. Okay? Why did everybody watch that stream where he built a PC? It went viral. You all know the real reason. The dude's arms are like trees, okay? The women were like, holy fucking shit. All right? Like, I mean, it's that basic. It's literally that basic. There was a lot of man in that video. It's that simple. Yep. He's doing all this because he's threatened by Hassan. He's threatened by me. He's threatened by all these men around him that are men while he's a fucking girl. Yep. Even Moist looks like a man compared to him. And Moist is like fucking 5 feet tall. Yeah, it's what you don't realize. Moist, he is short as shit. He's not 5 feet, but he's like 5'6" or something like that. He's really short. He's like Tom Cruise height. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. Asmongold's not short. Asmongold's like my height. So like that's the whole point. Like all these people, it's like an obvious thing, and you could pick that. Nope, they're still men. Asmongold. Do you know why? Because it's not physical, you stupid fuck. That's what you see. You see that. You're trying to copy. Oh, it's the muscles. Oh, it's the shirts. It's the designer. Oh, it's the this. It's the that. He doesn't get it. He doesn't even get it. No, they're men because they're men. They're confident in who they are. They're not stealing something from somebody. They're just existing like I am. And I'm such a fucking man that all these other men come in here and they're like, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. This guy's a man and he's effeminate. Oh, he's figured it out. We better steal everything from this fucking guy. Yeah, I'm literally the anime character. Okay? That's what you recognize. That's what a lot of people recognized. Period. Okay? It is that. Be honest. I even just look like one. Didn't even have to try it. All right? And you're jealous. You know what you were? You know what you were before you ruined it? So you don't even know. You were the soulless ginger that didn't give a shit. And that's why you have a toxic community. You also spoke for all the other soulless gingers that didn't give a shit. And you drew them right in. You could have guided them. But no. You're just dumb and lost like the rest of them. Yeah. If I could count the number of times I saw a poor fool with red hair that was doomed to this cliche ginger thing where people bully other people because of their looks and stuff like that. It's very obvious this person was held back in life by so many of these cliche fucking things. It's just racism and suppression. Quite frankly, the redheads usually are brawny men, right? Yeah, I wonder why people are doing that. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, yeah, I wonder. Oh, that's right, because they're men, and you're all like, wah. Yeah, because they're bigger than you. Asmon, same thing. He's a big dude. Once he finally puts some weight on, he's a pretty big dude. Yeah. So what? You could have. Can't now. Now you can't backpedal unless you switch sides. If you switch sides and admit you were wrong about Hassan, you could. But you can't unless you can't do it unless you do. Even Tucker Carlson gets a shot. Even him. Because I truthfully believe, and I said this even long before he changed his mind, that yeah, while he's an asshole, I felt bad for him because I genuinely thought he was misinformed. And he was. And even he has flipped sides. Gracefully, I might add. Gracefully. He did. Because he's not a bad guy. And believe that. And think anybody would. So do you kind of see what I'm saying? I feel like Asmongold is the kind of jackass that dumps a girl because she answered a text from a guy or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, just a very narcissistic, controlling son of a bitch. That's a problem in life. You got to deal with those problems. Because otherwise, when you let people in, you're not letting them in. You're not making yourself vulnerable to that person. So, anyway, a lot of this can be said about many people that exhibit this Trumpism behavior where you don't know how to love people anymore. You just hate. Yeah, everybody sort of like an object or tool to you to win. I have a question. What's the point of winning if nobody was on the planet or around to see it, or what would the point be? What's the point of obtaining money? Like billions, trillions, lots of money beyond what you could spend. What's the point of that? What's the point? You already have everything you need. Like a six-figure salary in America gives people what they need in modern day. More than enough. So why? Like I don't have a problem with millionaires. Millionaires, it's pushing it, but I don't have a problem with it. It's just gonna happen. People are gonna save. They're gonna do it. But billions, yeah, that's crime. It's crime. Very rarely are you a billionaire without something. Like the few people like Taylor Swift. People just fucking love her. I can believe that. Michael Jackson. Totally, I could believe that. The Beatles, at one point, I could have believed that. I don't think they ever did, just because of inflation and stuff like that, and then the selling of the catalog. But again, large, big, huge artists, maybe, but not even them. They're taxed. There's stuff to pay for. It's a business. Billionaires are capitalizing on shutting things down. They lay people off. They buy an extra jet when they can't afford it. That's Trump. And he declares bankruptcy and lies. I have a question. How can Trump declare bankruptcy 6 or 7 times? It's Donald Trump. We know for a fact he's never actually been broke. It's his name. How has this guy ever declared bankruptcy? Ever? That's fraud. He's never been bankrupt. His name is worth everything. For crying out loud. So, like, on the most basic level, can you please recognize you're being fooled by the biggest scammer in history? He is tricking you into Nazism. We call it Nazism because you're being fooled into being just like him. You just sort of kind of get in line. And he's tricking you, man. He's really, really wants you to just be a total asshole to people and get in line. That's why we call it that. Because there's so many things about Nazism that resemble what's kind of happening now. So that's why we call it that. Like the concentration camps, ICE are just Nazis. You know, where you have deportation things that you can do. Obama again, record highs on deportation. Record numbers on deportation. So he clearly used ICE. But you didn't have him really randomly ransack cities. You didn't have all these concentration camps where people were being misfed and stuff like that. Flock cameras are going up all over the place. That's a violation of your rights. You go into, all right, so ass man, this affects you. You got a shitload in Texas. You go get your McDonald's, you go get your fast food. I promise you, that's where they are. There's none around here. There are like none. We have like almost none because of the Amish. But conveniently, I showed you when I go down to Walmart, soon as I'm near Walmart, there's fucking 5 cameras right there. 5. I know how crazy this sounds to everybody else, but when you live in Amish country, I mean, growing up, I remember like thinking it was cool. And I remember like the early days of trying to take a picture of the Amish and stuff. And they quick look away and run away from you and stuff. And then like other people would tell you, don't do that. I grew up with that. They don't care as much anymore. I think they understand now. But Amish don't like this. And they're the ones that own all the land in the area. So that's not okay. It's really, really not. It's really, really not. Just because, you know, that's out there. You got the turnpike right there. You got, you know, like that's why they're doing it. They're trying to justify it. So this affects you every time you go to that fast food place. You probably have like a bajillion cameras watching you're going in there and leaving. Okay, that's on a system, on a database somewhere. Your vehicle, your license plate, your registration, everything about you that day, everything. They take a picture, they store it. That's it. Everybody you were with, everything you did. It's tracking. It's not for traffic. Nope. If it was for traffic, they'd be using it to make traffic stops. It's like the signs that say speed enforced by aircraft, but then nobody's actually ever pulled over. You see those? Or they're on the highway and they're like speed and well, all right. Once in a while they get in the chopper. Now people are dumb. They really think that's not real. No, they can do that. They get in the chopper and they actually can do that. But what they're doing is they're communicating. So like on days where like they have really, really high tense situations, lots of traffic and stuff, they're going to get a traffic copter up there and communicate with ground. So they're enforcing it with units on the ground. But if you would take off on them, they have a chopper. So that's them just letting you know you ain't running. Okay? Speed enforced by aircraft. That's all that means, okay? So they're not actually sitting there with a chopper going, "Oh, this guy's going this speed and this." They can't really do that. It's really expensive for them to do that. But that sign says they do. So again, the traffic cameras are not actually like they're not ticketing, giving people tickets and no. Nope. Just for Palantir. And then they're getting it wrong. We're using AI, getting it wrong, arresting the wrong person half the time. Yep. All right. So anyway, the point is that everybody is at each other's at each other, essentially. Everybody. And we have to remember a lot of what I had started with telling you guys before this group of streamers was dumb. I tried to tell you guys that they're just going to pit everybody against each other and they're manipulating the platform. They want to figure out how we're streaming, how we do it, because they don't know how it works. They're spying on all your devices. They're figuring out how you're doing it, what they need. It's that pathetic because they know we would never actually help them do it. So they want an out, like where they're going to be like talking about the White House and all the inner workings of this stuff after, sort of like Bongino did after, and they're going to be like, oh, this is this, and this is this, and this is this, and so like they think they're gonna do that after like sitting there and crashing and burning the White House essentially. So, and again, meddling around with free speech, where anybody that would sit here and talk about Trump, they're gonna kind of mess with that, take away the views, kind of just mess around with it a bit. But anyway, I hope that the point hits home. Okay. That we need to not argue and be fighting amongst each other, okay? But I gotta get going. All right, I gotta get going. Don't take the bait, okay? Iran ain't gonna pay you a bunch of money for assassinating somebody, okay? And don't do that, okay? And if they are, I promise you, the FBI is gonna meet you there. Yep, they ain't gonna let you get paid to, okay? Don't take the bait. Don't take it. Just like Kash Patel chugging a beer with the hockey team. Remember? Yeah, we found out that he literally staged that so that he could sue people for talking about it. What a dumb fuck. Anyway, thanks for watching. Donald's an asshole.